Good morning. Hello. The second I started the live stream, dog started barking outside. My good pal AllyDeatherageArt is here. She knows what I'm talking about. It was like that second. Oh boy, it's Friday. Happy Friday. I'm glad that it is the weekend. Depending on your work schedule, of course. It is for me. This was a long, hard-fought week for me. And I got a lot of stuff done at work this week. Did a lot of clearing the path, like with a lot of just administrative stuff and catching up on some things, kind of clearing the path for me to switch to thinking about more big picture things next week for work, that is. And I'm so glad about that. Basically, I'll be planning out I added it up. It didn't take long. The next 6.5 months, really. So, okay, now I need to transition out of that. I'm working on, I'm doing like some show choir moves. Transition out of that to working on my podcast. I have a lot of stuff, too much, written down that I want to achieve during live streams today. It's not all going to happen today, but I do have my friend AllyDeatherage's sprints tomorrow morning from 9 to 12 Central Time in the United States. And so I am counting on that as well. I do have a work event at noon, but it starts at noon. And so that's perfect for being able to go to Ally's sprints as well. So this list that I have here, that's too long for a regular human being such as myself to achieve during this time. I'll do my best. I'm going to apply it to tomorrow morning as well. I should be able to. That seems reasonable to me. Do you know, my friends, I haven't even taken a sip of coffee yet this morning. Here it is. This is, I used to live in Tulsa. I'm originally from Des Moines, Iowa. I moved to Tulsa in 2008. What? Here in a few months, I will have lived about a third of my life in Oklahoma, which I can't even believe. But anyway, this is from Dilly Deli. It's now called something else, but it was one of my favorite places in Tulsa. First sip of the morning. I hope I don't choke on it. That would not be beyond the realm of possibility. It's pretty good. That's some good stuff. All right. Ally, thank you for being here. She was locked and loaded. She was ready to go. She was ready to sprint. Ally spends her very early mornings. Listen, I don't know why I slipped into some sort of semi-accent there. I don't know. She spends her very early mornings teaching English to children who live in China. And so, well, as of this time next week, though, Ally, you will maybe still be teaching at this point, right? When we are in daylight savings. But still, we will enjoy having you here while we can. Alrighty. Let's fire up our first 10-minute productivity block. Apparently, I'm rolling my R's. I am doing accents every so often. This is just the mood that I'm in apparently this morning. I got a good night's sleep the past 2 nights. And I guess when I am refreshed and energized, that's what I do. Okay, Ally says you'll have to work until 8 a.m. Gotcha. Okay. Well, then, you wouldn't even miss that much on my Friday morning ones. Okie dokie. Count us off, pastel timer. Thank you for loving my accent, Ally. That was very quiet. Okay, let's start. That went real fast. What did you do? What are you working on today? If you feel like sharing, let us know in the comments. I would love to hear. Right now, I am working on my first podcast episode back after a several months hiatus. My podcast is called Making Your Impact. It's linked in the description below if you would like to take a listen. It's a podcast to inspire and equip you to pursue your calling and make your difference in the world. Out of pure necessity, I've needed to take a hiatus for the past few months, but now I'm back, baby, and preparing episodes ahead of time. And so I'm coming back on March 17th, aka St. Patrick's Day. And actually, St. Patrick's story has meant a lot to me in my life, inspired me from let's see, since December 2005 would have been when I went to his museum and the gravesite at Downpatrick Church in Downpatrick, Northern Ireland. And anyway, that's where I learned about his actual life. Pretty interesting. So my first episode back is 3 ways that St. Patrick can inspire you to make your impact. And so I am just pulling that up. My intern sent me her edits of the episode earlier this week. So I've got that all. I'm in the process of loading it into my editor to go through it and get it all ready. That's one of my big things today, is just start to finish getting that episode edited, finalized, uploaded, ready to go for Wednesday. Ally says, I was watching British morning shows. Ally's going to move to England or some part of the UK somewhere. And so while this is currently aspirational for her, she is preparing like it's absolutely real, because that's a good strategy. And one of her preparations is familiarizing herself with the British morning show scene. And I'm proud of myself for not saying show sheen, British show sheen, because it was there. I was about to say it. Excuse me. So she is watching those. That's so nice. Watching morning shows and news shows from other countries is always, for certain of those amongst us, fun and interesting. I suppose it wouldn't be for everyone. Oh man, my internet connection. Let me check my internet. See what it's connected to. Well, it's connected to the better one. Okay, looks like it cleared up. You just never know. I was going to have a shower sprint. Yeah, here in a little while, I need to have a take out the trash sprint. They will come collect this morning, so I'll have to run that out. I don't think I'm going to do that for this next one, although I do have to go run and do something real quick. But yeah, as far as I'm concerned, I'm ready to fire up this next 25-minute one. Got my little banner going. And pulling up here. They were showing me StreamYard ads the last couple of weeks. Now it's switched to Photoshop, which I also already have. I'm like, you are wasting your time showing me this ad, Adobe. I am convinced of the quality of your product, and I use multiple of them every single day. But that's okay. I don't mind it. I just really wanted you all to know. Oh, it's going to start us off with this little tune. Okay, we'll be back. Wow. How did it go for you? That was a good sprint for me. That went really well. Let's see. Even with taking about 10 minutes to, oh boy, to take care of something in my house, I listened to the first half of this podcast episode, and while I was listening to it, I was just listening for the edits just to have a pretty high standard of quality for the sound of my podcast. I don't want a lot of breaths or long pauses, no mouth sounds. No, thank you. As someone with misophonia, no, unacceptable. So that was one of them. But it's different to be in conversation with someone and be like, every so often, just having them like talk right into your ear hole and making those sounds. So my interns are so great at helping me with that. So it's just a quick listen through, and then they edit out like stumbles. But I have to start a sentence 3 times in a row. I mash up a bunch of words into one. So I'm just listening quickly. Actually, I would love to play for you. Oh, Ally says, great, shower done, coffee reheated, vitamins taken. You are set for the day, my friend. But I have to play this for you guys. This adds just like a little element to my day. Let me just show you. Okay, stop screen, share screen. Oh, I just saw something that I'm gonna experiment with. Okay, here we go. So what I like to do when I am just doing a once over, I like to actually speed up. It really is helpful because this section is 26 minutes long. So if I listen to it a little bit faster, then I can still understand it for flubs. I can tell if there are any like long pauses, and also it helps me to break out of being such a perfectionist. Anyway, but listen, you just got to listen to this. This is when I am on 1.5 speed.
Ways that think habits can inspire you in making your impact. My list got way too long, so I narrowed it down to just these 3. And I took these ideas not just from the information I found on
Oh my gosh, is this funny for anyone else? I think it's so funny. You sound like a chipmunk, and I get totally used to it. At first it's funny, but now I've been doing it for so long that I'm just like, I just don't even really think about it anymore because it saves me so much time. But I do like to periodically play it for other people because it's amusing. I'm just like talking about St. Patrick at a super high speed in chipmunk voice. It amuses me. Anyway, that's what I will be doing for this next. Weird that it does the chipmunk voice at just 1.5. Yeah, okay. So yes, it's different. So you can listen to like books and podcasts on a higher speed, and it doesn't affect the pitch of the voice. It just speeds it up. So I think that's just probably more advanced technology than this. Yeah, it is different, Ally. When I first started listening to audiobooks at a slightly higher speed, I was like, wow, it doesn't raise the pitch of the voice. Now that's an advancement right there. That's technology, my friend. Yes, I can make it go faster. I won't do that for now. But anyway, I just thought I would share. It's amusing. Okay, and then also while I was listening, I was going over my list of episodes for the rest of the current season. Just this front and back. And I was looking over which episodes I still need to write versus like interviews. And in fact, somebody who I've known for a long time and we work with frequently at Dragonfly expressed interest, and this person has been on my list of aspirational guests for a long time. I'm like, I don't know if he wants to do this. And he said that he actually expressed interest in it. And I was like, I will so interview you. So that's super fun. So I'm realizing that I actually have maybe a couple people who I will interview. And so that might take the place of some of these written episodes. And these topics are topics that I can easily postpone into the next year, the next season, because it's still good information and I'll just have a little more experience with stuff. Hey, Ally Alexis, it's the name twins, Ally and Ally, spelling it the same way, coming straight at you. Ally in Lytham St. Anne's, in a beautiful place in England. AllyDeatherageArt has been watching British morning shows this morning. Ally Alexis. I don't know that you go by Ally Alexis. I just say Ally Alexis to differentiate whom I'm speaking to. All right. This has been a good break. We're going to fire up our next. I'm really into this today. I'm going to fire up our 25-minute sprints. In cheerleading and choreography, this is called a blade. But I have a weird thing where I cannot bend this thumb in without bending this finger. So I tuck it underneath. How about that? Something's not right there. But it's been like that literally my entire life. Of all the things, it's not a big deal. All right. Let's get this pulled back up. Video file. That's what I want to check on how that works. I guess I could pull up a video file. I could pull up a video file and play it for you all during the next break, because I'm really just curious to know how it works, and you can let me know the quality of it. Is it good? Hey, Francis is here too. Ally, Alexis, and Francis join in. Francis in Germany. What did you miss? Well, Francis, kind of a lot. I'm editing my current podcast episode, and I like to listen to it on a high speed to get through it faster, and I sound like a chipmunk. So if you want, after this next time block, I can play it again. It amuses me. I don't know if it amuses other people, but I would be happy to play it one more time for everybody. Otherwise, we're just glad that you're here. And Ally, Alexis, and Francis, what you working on today? You can start right now. Get this block going. AllyDeatherageArt is amused. Thank you, Ally. Okay. And we're off. That was the most productive. I'm really rolling my R's and adopting random accents today. I don't know why. Has something to do with getting more rest than usual. Apparently that frees up space in my brain to inject random accents into my everyday conversation. A most productive sprint. I don't know. Okay, let's take a look at what we had some people join. We got Morgan in here. Morgan is a friend of mine from Yukon Rider Society. She's a badass horsewoman. She rides horses and she races them in barrel races. She raises them and trains them. She's got like 4 horses and a whole menagerie of animals on a farm. Do you call it a farm, Morgan? A ranch? A farm? I don't know the distinction. I'm from Iowa, but I don't know rural distinctions. Out in western Oklahoma. Beautiful land that she walks. Anyway, that's okay. So there you go. And she's also a writer. Now you know about Morgan. Glad to have you here, Morgan. And Morgan also said that she is slowly starting her day with a cup of Earl Grey, my favorite kind of tea. Absolutely. When you say Earl Grey, I'm all out. I just ran out probably last month. But when you say Earl Grey, the bergamot, I say bergamot because I learned the word in France. Do you say bergamot? I don't know how to say it in English. The bergamot, though, I can just taste it and I can smell it just hearing Earl Grey. I'm just sitting here like this. I can taste it and I can smell it just at the very mention of Earl Grey. Ugh, it's my favorite. Shadow's Lair also joined. Thank you for hopping on to support and getting ready for their Spanish lessons stream. And I said, Spanish lessons that you're teaching or that you're learning? And they said, cryptically, both in a sense. So I'm so curious to know, Shadow's Lair, what do you mean? And here it comes, the barrage of questions from Melissa. Do you speak Spanish? What level? Like, have you been studying it for years? To what degree are you teaching it, and to what degree are you learning it? What do you mean by stream? Also, you might be in the middle of the stream and unable to respond to these questions right now, but if you see it, I would definitely like to know. As you were saying that, Shadow's Lair, I had my Duolingo app pulled up. I was listening to my podcast episode on super speed. I'll play that for you guys. We have some new people who I'm sure would love to hear it. So I was listening to edits that my intern submitted. She did a fantastic job. And I finished listening, and that's like a 40-minute episode, but I can listen to it a little bit like on a faster speed and just listen for, like, I can hear, there are a couple little things that she left in that probably to her didn't sound like I was tripping over my words, but I'm a little bit of a perfectionist, but I was able to hear that and edit them out. But anyway, I had my Duolingo pulled up for my Spanish lessons. As you were saying, you were doing Swedish lessons, the timing. Okay, Shao says, I speak Spanish, but I'm never confident in it. I do live streams teaching your kids Spanish. That is so cool. I understand not being confident in something like that, just all the practice that it takes, but then you're doing the practice, like you're doing the work of retaining the language. Very cool. Alexis also said earlier, she said very excitedly in all capital letters, guys, my daughter colored zombie Anna. That's my girl. And I was like, I'm very excited for you. I'm not sure I understand. And so I asked if I was like, who are famous Annas? I was like, oh, maybe Frozen. And sure enough, she confirmed that her 5-year-old daughter colored in a zombie princess Anna from Frozen. I like the creativity. I like putting her own spin on Anna from Frozen. That's Great. Mama's so proud. Oh, that is hilarious. Did she color her skin like green or blue? Like she got like blood and scars marring her face? I'm curious to know. We also, and the Shadows Lair says, we also do Duolingo. Is it not just hilarious? My favorite phrase I got was, mi perro no usa pantalones. Does that mean usa? Does that mean wear? To wear? I speak French and I'm taking Swedish lessons, which is very random. I can say, okay, I can say this sentence in Swedish. Give me a second here. Min hund. Oh no, I lost it. Min hund har på inte sig byxor. I think that's right. Someone from Sweden would at least be able to probably glean what I'm saying. I'm not sure about where I placed the inte in that sentence, but that's fun. So I do Swedish, and then I also, even though I have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in French, and I taught French for several years, that was a long time ago. And so I just signed up for the French lessons, mostly because I was really curious about how they taught them. Because I was really impressed. I did the Spanish or the Swedish for a few months, and I was impressed with the contextual language learning, which was the method that I learned when I was teaching French. And I was like, I just wonder, I was just so curious. I couldn't take it anymore. So I pulled up the French lessons. And that's actually been really fun because I can do the French lessons. These are like French 1 lessons. I can just like, but I like it because you know what is interesting I found is, so there's studies. When I say interesting, I don't know if everyone thinks it is, but studies show that if you learn a first language, then when you learn subsequent languages, you actually will tend to relate the subsequent languages more to this first foreign language that you learned, even more so than your native language, that can happen. So while that has only partially been the case for me, I have found that if I do a French lesson first, even if it just takes me a couple minutes, and then I switch into Swedish lessons, it's like it's engaged a part of my brain, and I do better on the Swedish lessons. I'm like, wow, what's that about? I think it just engages the part of the brain that learns language, which I suppose makes sense. Okay, I will stop talking about foreign languages now. Allie Alexis' mom is obsessed with zombies, so like mother, like daughter. Allie Deatherage, yes, London Fog is her warm beverage of choice a lot of the time. There's a picture on your Insta. Ooh, that was quite an enthusiastic ooh from me that I didn't even expect. If anybody would like to share their Instagram or their Twitter handle in the comments, that would be fun to follow each other. Mine is at Melissa Eick. Super inventive. Alexis Spriggs Writer. Okay. Oh, wait. Allie Alexis is learning French on Duolingo. Nice. I'm just like a little ways into a bunch of these lessons. I just go through, I get far enough that it keeps like unlocking new ones for me. So I just like scroll and just grab one and do it. I'm very impressed, by the way, with their French lessons. Back with pitas. Did I miss it? Oh, I can do the chipmunk thing. Okay. I can do the thing. Let me get it fired up here. Okie doke. So I use a program called Audacity to edit. This is just a random part of the episode. So I'll listen to it at 1.5 speed. Make sure it's turned up because it helps me get through it way faster. Okay, now I have, okay.
possible care for people who are really ready to assist them because they've experienced severe, complex, and sometimes chronic trauma.
I'm talking about trauma.
To take months. But also by training, you might need to invest in some school, and that means investing time and money. You might need to get a license of some kind. You might need to get an advanced degree, like a master's in social work or a master's in library science.
I'm talking about kind of a serious topic. I'm talking about how if you want to make a difference in the world, it's okay if it doesn't happen right away. It's okay if you need to take time to get some training, if you need to go to school, or, don't worry if it doesn't happen right away. It's kind of serious topic. Let's go. You know what? I'm actually talking about Duolingo later in the episode for a feature at the end. That's more fun.
Possible care for people who are really ready to
It's the exact same spot. It didn't work.
Listening and speaking. I was impressed with that. You want to get all 4 of those areas. And I have yet to break my streak. I really don't want to. I am approaching 100 days in a row of doing a lesson. If it gets late and I haven't done my lesson yet, so they provide these reminders throughout the day.
There you go. That's probably enough of that. But so that's what I just spent the last 2 productivity blocks listening to. I'm used to it and I don't notice it. The best is before I've edited, if I start laughing during the middle, while I was recording my original, start laughing. Every so often I will burp accidentally, and then playing that on high speed is very funny to me. And I usually send a message to some friends where I play it for them. I'm like, hey, listen to this. I don't know. It's the simple things in life, right? But I'll tell you what. How many gems do I have? It helps me get through. Yes, lingots. Well, so Allie, I did recently spend some. I have 632. I did just purchase a streak freeze for 200, and then I just wagered 50 of them for a 7-day streak. So it was just previously a little over, or right around 900. And yeah, I have the free version with the hearts. So anyway, that's where I am. We're just having a Duolingo convo. Oh, hooray. We have got some Instagram handles in here. That's wonderful. All right. I will go ahead and fire. This has been a longer break. We had a lot going on. Today in our chat. We needed to talk about it. So let's go ahead and fire up our next. I gurgled. Our next. I got to take my trash out. I got to take out the garbage. Okay. I'm glad that I remembered. Yes. So I've been. Allie says she loves the streak freezes. Yeah. One day I went to bed earlier this week. I was so tired. I went to bed at 9:15, and I missed my reminder. I was asleep, totally asleep when it happened. Thankfully, I had a streak freeze engaged. Shadow's Lair, I have free, but apparently I got Infinity Heartstring. Yeah, so when they do the promos, that is really nice. I'm like, thanks, don't mind if I do. I'm not going to pay for your service, but I'll watch your ads gladly. And they're like, yeah, that's actually not our favorite, but okie doke. And get this going now. I will take out my garbage and I'll be back. Yay, to do the next part of my podcast episode. was your 25-minute block of time? What productivity did you produce? I took out the trash. I discovered that it's actually, by my standards, pretty nice outside. Mid 50s. So probably mid 20s-ish, close enough for Celsius, mid 20s. There's no like strong breeze. It's kind of humid. And so to me, it felt like that made it a little bit warmer, almost like a denser feel. I just wore my little cardigan out. I mean, cami. I thought I was going to put on a cardigan, but I didn't really need it. I tolerate cold well. And there were 1 million birds, blackbirds, in the trees all around. Like with my garage down, I could hear something and I was like, what is that? And it was all these birds talking to each other, presumably. And I was like, I know some people are freaked out by birds. I was like, hey guys, please feel free to hop onto my tree. They were everywhere. If I looked like further, they were like in all of the trees, and it was very amusing to me. I don't get out a lot, especially this last year, and I like birds. And then what did I do? Had a few text messages I needed to respond to. But then I dived back into the podcast episode. I'm doing the little musical transitions right now, and that's the last thing. So I got really close to being done. I just got to finalize, save them, and upload them. So I will be able to do that. My goal for the next sprint would be to finalize, save them as MP3s, upload them to my podcast host, write the caption for the episode. I don't know if I can do all of that and get all of the social media scheduled for it, but that will set me up very well for getting my social media ready in the sprint after that. Woo! I'm excited. Okay. AllyDeatherage made a London fog. Oh, that sounds so good. What if I have to go pick up a Target order today? What if I placed a second Target order? I have errands to run today, actual errands. I have a Target order to pick up at a Target that is further away from me than usual because it didn't have the stuff I needed, this one. It's kind of fun for a Friday. And then I have, I ordered a couple pairs of pants that were delivered to the store. So I think they've got curbside. So they'll bring them out to me. So I'm going to go do that later. I've got a continuing legal education webinar today. That'll start a little after this. And then at 1:30, that'll be done. And then I'm going to go and like run errands on a nice, gloomy, cloudy day. This is perfect. Francis just clicked buy to order a new computer. There goes my paycheck. There is something that like will kind of take your breath away when you make a really big purchase like that, even when you know it's something that you really need. I relate to that, Francis. But I mean, you got to have it, right? You got to have a new computer. So what are the exciting parts about you getting your new computer? Did your old one just crash on you? Did it die? Is it just like running super slow? You just time for a new one? What kind did you get? And you don't have to like give me all the details, but you know, like, did you get a Mac? Did you get a PC? What brand did you order? Sometimes when you're making that big ticket item purchase and you're like, buyer's remorse, reminding ourselves of the fun parts to be excited about can help. I have a hard time doing that. I've worked on it over the years. My last big ticket item purchase was a little over a year ago. I had spent a year looking at standalone freezers. It's like called a freezer chest, and it's about up to my waist. And I have it in my garage, and it's just a freezer, no refrigerator, because I knew that I really wanted to meal prep a lot of meals all at once and then freeze them, because when I do that, it makes my life so much easier when I'm not having to make decisions about meals and cook a lot. Cooking isn't like a hobby for me, and so some people really love doing that, and I just don't particularly. And that was a few $160, if I remember correctly, which was a good price for what I needed. But I was like, that's a lot. And then I was like, okay, but I'm excited to have this for these reasons. And that kind of helped. His name is Olaf. Speaking of frozen, I like to name my appliances. And so he freezes things. So I named him Olaf. Olaf has been my pal. Francis, your day is packed. It is pretty packed. It's packed, but it's not packed with work stuff. It's like working on this business, my side business, and some personal things. And I know I get to kind of get out and about and drive around, so it feels a little more fun. It feels lighter, I guess. And then I don't know what I'm gonna do tonight. Maybe I will relax tonight. That's also something that I struggle with doing. Okay, Francis says my old one was about 12 years old. That's a long time for a computer. Repairing and updating was getting more and more expensive than just getting a new one. That makes sense. Well, it sounds like you took really good care of it. And you really maximized the usage of that computer. You did everything you could to prolong its life. So I'm excited for you to get a new one. I bet it will be just really nice to have one that works faster and is updated. That's really cool. Earlier for Christmas, I requested a gigantic USB storage drive, 500 gigabytes. I don't really know. Oh, the garbage trucks are here and my garbage is outside. Yes. Okay. I got that big one because there are just a lot of big files on my computer from work and from this small business. And so between uploading things, I spent a whole day uploading big files to our work cloud-based system and then to this huge USB drive and just clearing stuff off of this computer because this one is 4 years old and I noticed that it was definitely running slower. So I spent that whole day and it was really worth it because I immediately noticed that it just ran better. And so that is inspiring, Francis, that you were able to really make your computer last a good long time. Considering that I use the thing 4 hours or more a day, time for a nice upgrade. Absolutely. That's the thing. Like, it's a tool for what you do. You're not just like, whoa, I have 17 computers, time to add another one because I just like collecting them. If that's your thing and you have the means, okay. But right, yeah, it's going to make your everyday life easier. That's great. Congratulations. And the thing is that even when you do you're like, oh, that's a lot of money. It is still fun to get a new thing. It is. You can appreciate the stuff you've had for a long time, but it's still fun to get something new. Okay, so I'm going to place a second Target order to go pick up later today. What was I saying that I needed? Now I can't remember. If I think about it, I will. Okay, let's go ahead and do our next. Oh man, I just removed. Oh, okay. Actually, everything is fine. Get our next 25-minute sprint ready to go. Okie dokie. You're all set. Oh, well, I really hit that one just as it was ready to start. All right, I'll see you all after 25 minutes. I got a little distracted by a family thing, and then I also needed, oh boy, what's happening? What? No, stop. Oh my gosh. Okay, I think one of my old videos started playing. Listen, a lot happened there all at once. Yeah, so I also realized there was a section in my podcast that I forgot that I wanted to just edit out. So I just deleted that section, and now it is exporting into a file. So I really will finish up the episode in this next one. I should be able, I'm just gonna drag it over. I'm just gonna drag it right now. I'm dragging it as we speak. There it is. It has been drugged. So now it's uploading to my podcast host. And so I will definitely be able to get that all done in this next sprint. So I decided that I'm going to go till noon today, or roughly noon. That's for my time zone. That is about 2 more hours. I was going to end at 11:30, and then I thought, well, like there's no point. I mean, the nice thing about doing this webinar, CLE, excuse me. Okay, now what's happening? The nice thing about doing my CLE, continuing legal education webinar, is it's just on my computer. So I have a nice place where I can set it in my kitchen and listen to it while I get lunch ready. And so, yeah, there's no need. I am going to need to go get a snack though. And I did remember that I had wanted to get Earl Grey tea. And so I did place that on an order for pickup this weekend. So how did everybody else do? Allie, yes, great investment. To Francis, great investment. Are you excited for the new one? Yeah, I hope so. Just checking on text messages. So I don't know that I have a lot to share. I don't know that I got a whole lot to share right now. I need to go grab a snack. I'm pretty hungry. My stomach was growling and gurgling during that last one. I could stand to get another little coffee, just a little guy. And I got the notification that Shadows Layers Spanish stream had started. So that was cool. Morgan, yes. Earl Grey, yes. I also, a few weeks ago, got really into making iced tea. And then I don't know why I stopped just with regular black tea. It really is a very quick and easy to make. Well, I know why, because we had the big winter storm here, and the jug that is designated for iced tea holding, I started filling up every container I had with fresh drinking water in case pipes burst. And I was taking every precaution to prevent that from happening. But I wanted to set aside clean drinking water just in case, or if there was like a boil order. And so I had filled that up. And then that just like got me out of my habit. It was a pretty new habit. So now that it's springtime, I want iced tea even more. Oh, I have iced tea. I forgot. I ordered Wendy's last night, and I ordered like a full meal. And so what I do is, because I'm not going to drink the caffeine that late at night, I set it aside and put it in the fridge for the next day. And then I always thank past Melissa. Thank you, past Melissa, for getting me an iced tea for today. I'm so excited right now. I'm going to go get a peanut butter protein bar and my iced tea that I poured into my cup that has my name on it. I'll show you. And I will enjoy that very much. But yeah, got my Earl Grey ordered. Nice. AllyDeatherageArt researched some UK stuff. I love researching UK stuff as well. Very fun. Like cities or shops or restaurants, or what were you looking at? Francis says, it just opened up the old computer to reuse the drives for your NAS. This is advanced technology speak. I don't know what it is. I noticed that there is cooling fluid for the main board. Oh no, it's leaking. Oh, all over the main board. Yes, Francis, your timing was perfect. Could not be better. Oof. That was a good save. Do you know how long, Francis, before you get your computer? Do you get to go pick it up, or is it being shipped to you? Surprise iced tea is the best iced tea. Morgan, past me thinking of future me is your absolute favorite feeling. Yep. I'm like, I'm going to really like myself here in a little while. That's how I feel every night when I manage to go to bed early. I'm like, future Melissa, I might not want to do this right now, but future Melissa will be very glad I did. And I'm very energetic today. I went to bed early last night. The safest counties, mostly the west and southwest of the country. Okay, that's interesting to know, Allie. Okay. Good for you. So maybe you're not going to go to London. I think Brighton is pretty nice, but Brighton I think is southeast along the ocean. Maybe it's not. What do I know? What do I know about it? Okay. I am so excited about the iced tea. I'm going to go grab my snack and my surprise tea. And then when I get back, I am really legit ready to go with this episode. It's all uploaded and everything. So exciting. Clicking. I need to look at I might need to record a new ad of some kind. I'm going to check that out before I finalize it. Okay. Okie doke. Morgan, what are you working on today? I don't remember if you said, I think you just said you were getting the nice, relaxed start to your day. Now I have something in my eye. This eye has been a little annoyed today. Morgan, are you a night owl? Are you a lark, or just somewhere in between? Just curious. Oh, Brighton's not bad. He specifically looked up that city. Is it because it's mentioned in Jane Austen's world? They talk about going to Brighton, and so these are the cities that we are familiar with. Also, Bath. Bath, I think, is in the western part, right? Morgan says, just working now, nothing special, just detail work. Detail work? You say it's not special, but I don't know what you mean by it, and I'm curious. Just your job, working remotely from home, or are you working on writing? Okay. All the questions. I have given you my questions, and you can all choose to respond when and if you want. Let's get this next one ready to go. And there it went. I'll see you later. How did that go for everybody? There's then the family. Oh no! The family texts have. Okay. Then I got work text just with some good news about some cool stuff. So then that kind of pulled me away. But I got the episode finalized and scheduled. And now and so that was like the caption and the image and all of that stuff. So things are this last hour a little more distracting. Other stuff is coming in that I didn't anticipate when I set my goals, but I'm still plowing away. And then also I was really concentrated. I have to like give myself some grace. I was very concentrated for 2.5 hours. So I've been less so this last hour. There's nothing wrong with that. So now I'm pulling up the stuff that I need to get my social media scheduled for that. Let's see here. Morgan said, "Oh, normally I have to miss other streams because, she's up taking care of all the animals." Sure. Yep, that makes all the sense in the world. So you're a morning person, but you didn't always used to be this way. Okay. Plus, like, science says that our actual circadian rhythms change, depending on our age. And so teenagers and early adults naturally have their circadian clock set to just go to bed later. And then you get past that phase and then, maybe that adjusts as well. You could be it as well. Ally is watching a YouTuber. Oh, you watch a YouTuber who used to live in Brighton? That's what prompted you to look it up. You forgot it was in Jane Austen novels. Devonshire. I don't remember Devonshire, but I do remember Bath. Lots happens in Bath. Okay. You also looked at Devonshire. AllyDeatherageArt. What would we do without Google? I was just thinking the other day about, what was it? Oh, St. Patrick. I was preparing for the episode. He was from then Great Britain, was kidnapped and put into slavery, taken to Ireland, and he was there for about 6 years. And then he escaped and went back to Great Britain, and then he felt called to be a missionary back in Ireland, but then he went to some type of seminary, Bible college. It's not what it had been. It's not what it would have been called in the 400s. A training academy in Auxerre, France, which is very far away from Great Britain. Not by today's standards. Now it would be, less than a day's journey with by train, at least, I would guess. But back then, in the 400s, I was like, how did he even know about that school? What was the application process? Did he just travel there and they're like, knock, knock, knock? Because I imagine it was a big wooden door. And he was like, hello, I am here to learn. What even was the process of that back then? And I was thinking about that, Francis, not just no Google, there was no mail system, there was no printing press. How did that even happen? Anyway, okay, Francis, remember those times you had to alphabetize almanacs to look stuff up? Encyclopedia, absolutely, came a long way the last 30 years in that tech department. I remember, this is the memory I always go back to. I was 7 years old in second grade, and I was given a research assignment, and I think that I had to study elk. I had to do a report on elk, which is a type of deer, kind of like a deer moose-ish type creature. Just if English isn't your first language, and you may not know the word elk because it's a specialized word. So that was my vocabulary. And we had a set of encyclopedias in the house. I remember going to the school library and I was like, I want to take the E encyclopedia home with me, and I couldn't. I was like, well, what am I supposed to do now? Well, thankfully we had a encyclopedia set. And I remember sitting on the couch in our living room and opening up the encyclopedia. And I remember getting a tremendous sense of satisfaction, 7 years old, of like opening up the encyclopedia, finding the entry and reading all about it and writing my notes and filling out a little worksheet. I remember in my heart, this was 30-ish years ago, the sense of satisfaction that I got from that. And thus my fate was sealed. And I do kind of miss something about that a little bit. Anyway, okay. I am feeling good and energized today. How's everybody else doing? Anybody else feeling good and energized? I was tired the last 2 days for a few different reasons, I think. But I'm feeling pretty good today. Oh, I got my, whoops, nope, wrong way. My surprise tea. A surprise to myself. Iced tea, can you see? It says Melissa. And this is the logo of my nonprofit that I co-founded, the Dragonfly Home, where we serve survivors of human trafficking. And see, it's a little dragonfly with a key, kind of like just like symbolizing freedom. And then we're 3 of us co-founders, and one of the co-founders, her sister can make anything. She has created all kinds of custom wood pieces for offices with lights. She's made us t-shirts. She has a machine to, put these vinyl images on these cups. I mean, she can paint. She can just like build and create anything. It's so impressive. And so that's where I got this 5 years ago. Monday is the 5-year anniversary of us founding our nonprofit in our executive director's living room. Wow, so crazy. All right. Well, with that said, if you all want to let me know what you've been working on, what you got done in the last sprint, update me on what you're going to be working on in this next one, you know me. I always want to know. I always have a lot of questions. Ally says, I love your encyclopedia story. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okie doke. I'm ready for another 25 minutes. This just seems to be like a good amount of time for me. Maybe because it's the, I was just saying, I have a lot of energy today as I yawn. Well, that just happens. There are things that can trigger yawns that have nothing to do with being tired even. Your brain can be hot. That's one of them. Moving your larynx up and down, like singing, can really trigger yawning because it moves your larynx up and down. I'm not bored is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, 25 minutes, I guess maybe because it's the Pomodoro technique block of time, it just seems to work well for me. Ally was watching a video about accents. I love it. I love it. I think that's an excellent use of your time. It's just fun. It's fun to try and do it with different accents. Oh boy, what's happening? Okay, everything is fine. It's all okay. Okay, our timer will start us off. Okay. How did that go for everyone? That was pretty good. I don't know if you saw my victory dance at some point. There's a lot of fist pumping. Got that episode. Dunzo. All scheduled social media stuff ready to go. So that was good. My first episode back. There's a lot of steps involved, but I managed to get that done. Now that immediately I was like, oof, okay, what's next? There are 3 episodes that I recorded last fall, and one was earlier this year, before I knew I was going to take a hiatus. And so, excuse me, I just need to go back and re-listen to them. They've been fully edited by an intern I had last fall and then earlier this year. But I'm more thinking I may need to do an additional introduction since I recorded them a few months ago. They're evergreen. I mean, like the topics are still applicable, but I'll be talking about the huge ice storm. One of them I recorded in the midst of the huge, very destructive ice storm that hit Oklahoma City, most of the state, last October, late October. And I was without power for 3 full days. AllyDeatherageArt, who was also here, was without power for 3 full days. One of my staff members was without power for 10 days in the capital city of Oklahoma, a city of approaching 1 million people with plenty of modernness. A modern, fully functional city was without power. She was without power for 10 days. Anyway, it was a bananas time, but I wrote and recorded this episode in this office by the light of fairy lights, battery operated, fairy lights, and a battery operated lantern. It was actually kind of fun and cozy. I'm like, I should just do that again for fun sometime. But so I need to give some little introductions for those. We had some chat. Let me scroll up here. We were joined by Sako. Sako, I think that's your name, right? Till with Tag. Oh, but you have a different, I just know you as Sako. Okay, so Francis mentioned it's Friday night. Just realized it's Friday night. Yes. Yeah. Sometimes the weeks and the weekends just blur together when you're not going anywhere. The pandemic sure made its impact on my party and date nights. But now she's got all of us. That's right, you do. You do have all of us. And we're so glad to have you here and help you get some writing done and give you a little bit of company on a Friday night. I'll say this, the pandemic didn't really impact my Friday nights at all because I didn't usually go do very exciting things anyway. I probably hung out with friends. And stuff. Honestly, I don't remember. Anyway, she's going to fill up all her mugs and glasses, get some words in. That's nice. Sako mentioned that I'm still going. Yes, I am. So my Friday mornings, because I don't work, I get to have a longer sprint and be able to dedicate some extended focus time on things. So Sako, her handle is the Witch of Tilwith Tag. Am I saying that right? And is that like a fictional world you created or something? I don't really know the origin of that name. Oh, she had somebody who was harassing her on her live stream. That sucks. Why? Let people live their lives. People are going to live their lives, and whoever made the world better by harassing people? No one. 0 people. It's so misplaced, right? And especially if you are a Christian, then if you're a Christian trying to do what Jesus said, then your best bet is to be loving toward people and show grace. We're not all perfect at it, but like that is generally the better thing to do. Ugh, I'm sorry, Sako. And like it's your stream. So like you can do what you want in your stream. It should be a safe space for you. I'm sorry that happened. Yeah, as Ally said, I'm so sorry you had to deal with that crap. It's true. Oh, hi, La Monique, hooray. You hopped in at the end of a stream. I'm going for about 45 more minutes. I'm in the central time zone in the United States, and so I have a thing at noon today, continuing legal education webinar, as I am a lawyer as well. Yeah, anyway, I was going to say I would like to go for even longer. I have been going since 7:30 this morning, so I think I can get in, excuse me, like probably another 25 minutes, and then depending on when we end, another one to wrap it up a little bit. Yes, but I'm so glad that you were here to join us, La Monique. That is wonderful. So yeah, maybe if you were able, what are you writing, La Monique? Am I saying your name correctly? And are you writing today? It says you're an author. What genre? I always have a lot of questions for people. What genre do you write in? Are you getting down words? Are you editing? Are you marketing? I'm just so curious to know how you would spend your time. And also, if people are comfortable with sharing, I always like to know whereabouts people are in the world, because that's fun. Oh, she's writing book 2 in her series, the Mixed Girls series. Okay, is that YA maybe, or just, I don't know. I'm not that great with knowing all of the subgenres. I'll just be honest with you. So I'm curious about that. Book 2, man, so you've already finished book 1. Such an accomplishment. A little over 30,000 words, working toward 50K. That's fantastic. Very happy to have you here. Okay, then. Well, then I need to quit yammering on, as I will do sometimes. Oh, it is YA, falls under a lot of subgenres. Very cool. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and let's get everybody started so that we can all get back at it. Start at the 25-minute timer, and it will kick us off with its jaunty little tune while I sip on my iced tea. All right. That went by so fast. I started working on the next episode. I'm gonna have a little bit of cleanup to do on that from the person that worked on it last fall, but is not that person's fault. It was my fault. I'm still figuring out how best to make like the best ways for my interns to work on the episodes. I'm like, okay, this is good. It's a learning experience. Still not bad. Definitely by any means, I'm still making a lot of progress. I can't believe there's only 15 minutes left. Oh boy. I guess we'll just do a quick 10-minute sprint. Let me know if you accomplished anything in that 25-minute block, which felt like 5 minutes. I'm telling you. I cannot believe how fast it went. Well, if we do 10 minutes, then I'll have time to pull up my web thing, and then you can all hopefully tell me a little bit about what you got done. We can say our goodbyes, and then I can switch over to my continuing legal education credit. Okay. It's funny. This has been almost 4.5 hours, and I feel like it just flew by. And even though it's time for a break, on the other hand, I'm like, oh, I feel like I should stay and keep working. AllyDeatherageArt has sprints tomorrow morning, Central Time, beginning at 9 a.m. She will go for 3 or 4 hours usually, so I'll be taking advantage of that time to work more on this stuff. Okay, we'll do our quick, oh boy, I don't have the timer pulled up. It's okay. No, clicked on the wrong one. Here we go. 10 minutes. StreamYard. I'm literally using you right now. Okay. We will get going on this now. Oh, Monique, I just saw your thing, 635 words. That's awesome. Wow. Went by in a flash, didn't it? Oh boy. I gotta hop off now. This is me, right? I'm always like halfway through the longer sprint, especially longer live stream, especially. I tend to think, wow, I'm getting a lot done. And now that it's ending, I tend to think, oh man, but I have so much more to do. Listen, there's always going to be a lot more to do, right? I got this week's episode done. I got a good start on listening through the next one. I started to listen to this next episode that I'm working on to go back and re-listen to it, and I edited out. I just deleted a part that is no longer really relevant. So I got that done, and then I thought there's 4 minutes left right now, and I have to go make lunch. I'm very hungry, and I have to hop onto my continuing legal education thing and listen. I have errands to run today, and maybe I will, hop back into this later. Maybe I'll wait until Ally's live stream tomorrow. We'll see. I do know that I need to probably have some kind of fun and relaxation time this weekend. So I got to think about that. Need to do that. Anyway, I'm so glad you were all here. Thank you so much to everyone who joined in. It was wonderful to see some familiar faces, so to speak, to get some new people in here. I appreciate every single person who joined in. Thank you all for being so chatty and for letting us catch a glimpse into what you are working on and to encourage you. One last plug, my podcast is linked in the description, so is my Etsy shop. You can find the link to Ally's streams, Devin Cutting's list of live streams for writers. Check out those resources below. Francis, I'm so glad. Yes, I would love to see you next week if you can make it. La Monique, so glad that you got to join us today, even if it was just for a short time. So glad to have you here. Ally, thank you for your kind words as always. Okay, I got to go do this thing. So have a wonderful weekend, everyone. I'll see you again the next time.